Hello guys. Starting a bit abruptly here, but because I can, I guess. Let's practice some more lands. Sorry, I'm just distracted. I'm just gonna tweet out streaming. Otherwise, some people might not know. I also don't know why my volume is kind of weird. Hopefully it hasn't changed on stream, but felt a bit different. Okay. I don't have a good land skin. It's time to pull out one of the boosters, I guess. What is this? Just a recaller? An extra recaller?
You dare to choose me. I am not to be trifled with.
Let's try this one. Though I'm so tired. This might be a no cam stream. But I feel like I'm gonna yawning a lot. I'm gonna just yawn. Yawn all day. I'm still exhausted after yesterday. So, I'm not a big travel person, so having to sit on the bus or take the train and all that stuff just isn't really me. Drains me quite a bit. The fuck is this? Cruising Bill solo? Yay. Man. Hugo? Oof. Why is Hugo in this queue? Why wouldn't he be in the big boy queue going at the moment? I think Nika and Ducky are playing, right? Yeah, they're playing. Okay. Hopefully I can get into that queue a bit later, once I feel like I'm warmed up.
Stuff. Tremble before my new strength.
I mean, if I'm against Kuzenbo, I don't want to be too squishy.
This will ensure my victory.
Guess I do Hammer. Yeah, I kind of have my build here, I guess, but I'll play this one pretty safe. Especially into Anubis as well. And I do now have song requests, so if people want to request songs in the chat, they can do that now. I don't really know what rules I'm going to impose upon that just yet. In terms of how much... I mean, maybe it should cost something. Like, it could cost channel points just a little bit for something. For like a song request, but at the moment I believe it's just free. So, damn it, the dog's in the window, he wants to get down, but it's kind of a bad time. The buffs are about to spawn, dog. Yeah, mid-little. Damn, it's a really bad time. He should have said something like 20 seconds ago. Shit. Oh, it's Bacchus. Okay. I would much rather deal with that. I should have cleared them.
Enemy spotted. My power.
Oh no, he would die twice already? Oh.
Enemies in the right jungle. Enemies in middle lane. Come, beast.
He have TP? He does have TP. Okay.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Fresh meat has been tenderized. Wow, he must have choked on the meat.
Enemy missing. Your attacks cannot penetrate.
Thor's in the right jungle. I'm chilling.
I require powerful items to assure dominance. Let us ride! Okay. I must keep watch over my territory.
Dude. I saw Thor and I was like, I'm safe. Then fucking the mid laner is here. Okay. That's so annoying. I'm still getting farm. You can laugh all you want.
It was my mistake. Your right tower is under attack.
Jacks cannot penetrate me.
Yank left lane. Wait. Enemy missing. Attack the minion. Enemy missing middle.
This will ensure my victory.
Hopefully they can get something in left, because they're going real deep for it.
Your right
Alright, good job.
is under attack.
Because I'm definitely a little scared that we're falling behind early a bit much. We cannot, with a Chronos Hippo comp, we can't fall behind, man. We just gotta farm. Our late game is so strong.
Okay, so maybe a little something.
That's good though.
Tower is under attack.
Very, very good for me. Is he building full damage? Not really. He's gonna go breastplate, so that might have been my last chance to actually get a kill on him.
Your left tower is under
Real love will chase.
on my way. You think you gonna just pass away like that?
Dude, they have so much split damage on that team comp.
Let us ride.
Wow, he must have choken on the meatball.
Alright, Bacchus went and died again. That's good for me.
This my power.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
Time to kill. Come, beast. Kill them.
Enemy missing.
No one shall pass.
Be careful.
Real love will chase.
Shouldn't have ulted. I wanted to make sure. It's a good pickup on Hippo.
ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down.
Someone else get him, please.
Okay.
Okay, thank God.
Joker on the meat.
I don't need such things.
Dude, he healed so much, even with just what he had there. Holy shit. The Anubis will be a problem later, that's for sure. Good thing about Hebo.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's my power.
Okay. Enemy missing middle.
Come, beast. Kill them. Real life chase. Time to kill. Attacks cannot penetrate me.
An ally has been slain. Mwah! Compliments.
Let us ride.
Damn, I want to rotate so bad. I just can't.
Better than one. That was a sortie and it's time for my Your middle tower.
Before me.
It appears my glass is empty.
My power falters. Fall.
Close. I'm just gonna back. I think against this Bacchus, because he's building so much damage,
Nothing will harm me.
it's not actually building any damage, I'm just stupid. Damn it. It is a conduit though, I imagine it's gonna build more damage than that. It's just low cooldown, he just throws out a bunch of stuff. That is a jump. I don't think I'm gonna make it in time though.
Your right tower is under attack.
Kill them.
That's unfortunate. I'm gonna keep letting him be aggressive though. I want him to be aggressive. Now more than ever, while I can actually kill him.
It's my power. Attacks cannot penetrate me.
Cast away like that.
Time to kill. Okay.
Well, I didn't expect 3 people. I would've been fine if it Dude, the Nene actually might have been the reason I died. Well. Unfortunate. I underestimated the rotation, I guess. Time to ward. I don't want to build more magic defense, man. I'll do Glass Shield. I'm more scared of Thor than Bacchus.
It's my power.
Attack the Gold Fury!
left lane.
An ally has been slain.
Kill them! Together, we will rip through the fabric of reality.
Under attack.
Reflection of time to heal. Gank left lane. This my power. Even the mightiest beast could not withstand my power. Time to kill before me,
He
beast.
must have choking on the meatball.
Real love chase.
Bon appetito! Okay, so maybe a little soft
Enemy
beer hurt
missing.
someone. Double kill.
Let us ride.
I need to level by 3. That shield is not big enough right now.
How reprehensible. Is my power.
I ran back into them.
Your power.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
The hangover awaits me. I must keep watch over my territory.
With how much it jumps, you can probably honestly keep doing that.
Enemy spotted. Be careful.
This is your
Attacks cannot penetrate me. This is my power. Let us ride. Real love will chase.
Enemy incoming, middle.
Time to feel my power.
choking on the meatball. Mamma
I
mia,
don't
not
need
again.
such things.
Saw great CP already. Jesus, man, it's a massacre in mid. Everyone just died.
Two meatballs is better than one. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Kill them!
Your middle tower is under attack. Has destroyed the pyramid.
For me.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Real love will chase.
Tower is under attack.
I require powerful items to assure my dominance.
Do what's happening here while we're diving.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Must
Did he attach your spaghetti? Your team, your middle tower is under attack.
Where did Thor go? Was he low?
Sure is
What's there?
Let us ride. They will regret that.
Well, classic Hugo, and also kind of really bad by Kronos. Unfortunate.
Let us ride.
I don't know why I bought this. But whatever, sell it. They have Anubis. I have to get more magic protection. I kind of forgot about that aspect of their team comp. They have more magic than they have physical.
Your right tower is under attack.
Man. Actually, we don't have Pestilence. Fuck, man. I should have got Pestilence.
Kill them. Enemy spotted.
Mamma mia, not again!
Careful in the jungle. Time to kill.
Ready for deeper mysteries. Your left tower.
Take left leg. On my way. Let us ride.
How did he kill Kronos, dude? I don't understand. How did On her kill Kronos? That's real bad.
Tenderized. Mwah! Compliment to the chef. Okay, so maybe a little bit someone.
Dude, do I need to sell my item again to get Pestilence here? We need it so badly. He should have had it by now.
Beast. On my way.
That was a something joke.
Okay.
Dude.
Mia, not again.
I mean, he had the right idea with the juke. He just shouldn't have turned around.
We need wards.
Your middle tower is under
I think we can legitimately win this. I would say it's in our favor if we're grouped. For the simple reason that we have 3 hyper carries on our team. Like, if just one of them is left alone, we're in a great position to respond. I imagine they're on fire, because they're all just all missing. They're just baiting us in. Jesus Christ. Okay. I hate being against a better jungler than my own. Hugo is probably making these calls, and his team listens. Right now, our team does not listen. They still just run around alone.
Kill.
20 would be nice. We have to deal with Thor. Like, Thor and Anubis, I think if they die, we should be in a good spot. But, like, I mean... Yeah, you can look at the score to see what the problem is. Thor is 18-1.
This will ensure my victory. I must keep watch over my territory.
My 2 didn't go off.
An enemy has been slain.
Look into my eyes.
Let us ride!
Ally has been slain.
Don't have fucking cooldowns.
Attacks cannot penetrate me. It's my power. Save yourself.
Enemies incoming.
Yeah, try to bait him out. I don't think we're winning this one. I think there's just a jungle diff. Well, actually, no, I don't want to say that. He was playing fine, I think, but... I mean, I guess if anything, maybe a support diff, because Cabrakan is just kind of a snack running around against a Anubis. And I can't, I can't go on them alone. Like, Hugo is 20-1. Hugo is 20-1. And Kronos just dies, man. The good old win lane, lose game situation. I didn't win my lane super hard, but still. I wouldn't really say Bacchus is doing that much for their team. It's just...
Attacks cannot penetrate me.
Ah, man, I should be swapping to health at this point.
An enemy has been slain.
Attacks cannot penetrate me. My ally.
Get the tower, man. We gotta get some objectives here.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Yeah, Lance 1 is basically Achilles 3. Yeah, it's just a dash instead of a, just, I guess, a hit. Or a projectile, whatever you want to call that.
Let us ride.
Pretty much, yeah. You need to hit it to get it once again.
I don't need such things. Come, beast. Enemies at the fire giant.
Your service is laudable.
On my way.
No one shall pass.
Dude, I tried to fucking blink. I tried to fucking blink, and I don't fucking understand why that didn't go off.
My power.
But yeah, once again, they're just baiting it. They're not even actually killing it.
I shall not fall.
They're playing this, I feel like, almost more... Like, they're playing it better than most ranked games, even on higher levels. They're baiting it perfectly, pretty much. It's more like the coordination that they're baiting, I suppose. Well, you should not have jumped in on the Anubis, man. I don't know why the fuck you did that.
Look into my eyes.
Oh, I'm fucking dead.
Compliments for the share. Have a go, you mother.
I'm happy for you, Anubis. You have a good team. Hugo doing all the work on that team.
Have a go, you mug.
Dude, Hebo is not even hitting his ults. Kill him! Aw, he missed his 3 as well. That sucks, man. Anubis taunting is so annoying. It is what it is. Like, it doesn't really bother me when people taunt that much. I feel like the taunting often comes in when people are insecure. It's either to be insecure or just be annoying. But people do it so much that it doesn't really bother me anymore. There's so many people that do it. I think we could have dealt with this game somewhat, like, a much easier. It's hard against the Hugo Thor, because Hugo is really good. Hugo carried their team giga hard in this game. You see? This is what happens when people fall for it. But Kronos into Anubis is pretty rough. I don't really know why Hugo is here, I'm not gonna lie. Hugo is in games right now way below his skill level. Like, he's dealing with people who can't deal with him. I think... I guess you could say the same with me and Bacchus, because I don't think I should be win this matchup as easily as I did. Especially not solo killing him. But Hugo as a jungler, a good jungler against a bad jungler, or a mediocre jungler even, you can see the a mountain sky high difference between them, because they just control the map. And you can't do anything about it. As someone in a different lane, because he's gonna go and kill everyone. The only one he didn't kill in lane was me. He just focused on all the others, and I can't do anything about it as a solo laner. Like, literally nothing. If he wanted to, he could control my lane as well. He could have just stolen my blue on cooldown, and we wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. They even tried. I'm pretty... yeah, Anubis stole the first blue that I tried to go for at level 4. So... I mean, this is a higher leveled game, but we also kind of have a famously known useless person, which I don't want... I hate saying that, but I was recently made aware that Mr. Trowalk here is kind of famously known for doing nothing. And I'm sorry if he is listening to this, but now that I've heard that and I've seen it happen, I can't help but point it out. We'll see what happens. What are we banning here? Well, if Hugo is on on another team, I'm not dealing with Thor again. It's bad fame to have. It is, yeah, but maybe he should start doing more to not have that. You know, I assume that literally just means he plays too passive. Especially, like, he plays a decent Bacchus from what I've seen. That's pretty much it. But yeah. I mean, no disrespect to him in any way, but it seems like a lot of people have that impression from what I was told. Man. Maybe I kind of want to do the Bacchus this time, actually. It's definitely Hugo. Now he's playing Thanatos instead. That might be worse. Thor is easier to deal with than Thanatos if it's... Alright. This way I can perhaps counterpick or something like that. Dude, I feel like I'm getting fucked here. I think all this really depends on what Olabu does. Olabu? Herc Jungle would not be bad into Thanatos. I respect it. It's the Goobus again. Damn, what am I picking into the Goopus then? Because I have to deal with it later. I think I'm doing Sopek. He dodging again? Okay. He dodging again. He does this quite often, I have noticed. Alright, honestly, I'm okay with that. Let me see what the pick by queue is at. Damn, they just got into a game. That sucks. Actually, no, they haven't. It's 15 minutes in. I feel like I'm gonna get baby gamed anyway. I have lost so many games that I will definitely get baby gamed if I try to Q snipe them. And I could ban Thana. Well, then it's just gonna pick Thor. At this point, I don't want to ban any of them. I mean, honestly, I would probably still rather ban Thor, I think. Thor can still be really useful if he holds behind, just because of the nature of his kit. Thanatos, not as much. Still can be, though. And I would still argue Thanatos is much better late game than Thor. Because he has the one-shot potential, where Thor does too, but it's easier to interrupt. Like, if someone peels off the Thor, like a knock-up or something like that when he lands, he can be dealt with much easier, I think. But Thanatos can just kind of blink and one-shot you. Thor doesn't really do that. He needs to land on you to actually one-shot. I just don't know what to pick in solo to try and carry the game. And I might just be stupid trying to. Sobek was kind of just a panic pick, or not a panic pick, but like a good pick into their comp, but I can't carry with Sobek. I can possibly win lane, but eventually I'll clear waves so slow that I can't rotate that fast. And everyone pretty much bans Cthulhu and Cerberus these days. I think Sobek lands in the same position as Baki Kojiro for me here. This is not good.
Select your god.
I think Thana kind of falls into the high risk, high reward. Yeah, I see what's it been. The squad punishment? Yeah, I'm gonna do it after the game. Definitely did some stupid deaths in my last game, that's for sure. Well, we'll see how this jungle thing goes, because jungle is not exactly my big thing, to say the least. Well, if I have to pick something, I guess we kind of need some magical too. It's gonna end up being the Hebo once again. might be a strategy. Herc? Yeah, no. I feel like I would fuck up on the Herc because I would have to build him full damage, and I'm not used to building Herc full damage. I think I probably could, but with us needing magic, I'm just gonna do Hebo. And Hebo is nice into Thanatos, assuming he doesn't land on my face. It is potentially really good against the Anubis if I don't get, wrapped. So I think the Hebo is pretty good here. Also, that seems to be an Anubis solo, and not a Anubis mid this time. I'm not sure what to build, though. Outside of Doomwarp. I can't say I'm playing jungle Hebo very often. In solo, I definitely don't build the same. There's only one build. Alright. Against their team comp, I could be tempted to go for some kind of defense item. But at the same time, probably not a great idea. Alright, I'll build that then. Which starter do you use on Hebo then? Just the usual dagger? Or is there something else? Spear? Okay. I see. Remind me, didn't you use a jungle? Or am I misremembering? Maybe I'm mixing you up with someone else.
Ride damage coming up.
Damn, do I just go full pots here? Damn. Yeah, I made a decent match here. Should work out alright. I'll do this. Yeah, ADC one trick? Fair enough. Wait, why are you, Oh, I see. You are. I mixed you up with the Cthulhu here. Yeah, because you're just... Because he has Icy in front of his name. I got confused.
Not a problem.
Yeah, good luck, Icy. Let's see if we can do this. We'll see what I do.
Exceptional.
I'm having so much fun!
Awesome. Wipe out.
What a pretty weave!
Wipe out. Into the frying pan.
So much fun!
That sauce.
Well, that's unfortunate. I actually thought we could have fought that. I won that trade so hard, but I guess we lost the clear in mid.
Two meatballs is better than one. Your right tower is under attack.
It was jinxed. So fast. Also, I just realized that is an Anubis support. It is not an Anubis solo, in fact.
Enemy missing middle. Careful. Be careful left. Gotta cancel that. Coming left. Okay.
Don't know where he went.
Okay, so maybe a little soft bit.
Yeah, it's just no farm for us to take at the moment. He might. Oh, he might have taken my thing. Maybe that's what he did. My shaman camp.
An ally has been slain.
No, he didn't. Okay. The thing is, every single time I've jungled so far, my team has lost every lane.
Down.
What a pretty leave!
Enemy ultimate down. Your middle tower is under attack.
I need 5. I had one job though. I just shouldn't die early. Give me 1 or 2 items, and I'm ready to fight the Thanatos as Hippo any day. But no, I had to be stupid. Like honestly, I might just need Doom Orb. Then I should be good. But it also doesn't help that Duo is getting completely wrecked. They actually have most of their deaths on our team. They both died twice. But also, I mean, Bak is lagging. Legitimately, my jungle games are cursed. Every time I go jungle, something happens or my whole team just all lose or some shit like that. It's never normal when I jungle. I died once. Shit. Okay, fuck. I screwed up. My bad. But what's happening in Duo, unfortunately, is not something I can say anything about. The Anubis has gotten some kills. I can't really gank the whale too early. He's gonna have a lot of HP. Later I probably will though.
An ally has left the game.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing middle. Your right tower is under attack. Enemies in left lane.
Wipe out!
See if we can defend red. Don't want to lose it again.
Your right tower.
Aw, what a pretty leave!
see if I can... He's too... Dude, I don't have speed. He's too fast.
Your right tower is under attack.
Damn it, dude! Legitimately, if I had speed... Alright, just get out. If I had speed, I would have gotten him fucking twice there. Or at least once, you know? I'm so sad. If Bacchus didn't actually end up having issues here, there would have been a chance. The Heba was coming for them. Man, today is off to a rough start, huh? Damn, my music has swapped to some completely different stuff now. Also, guys, as the title suggests, I do now have song requests, so feel free to request away. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep my music playing here. I'll just let it go to whatever. It doesn't really matter to me. A lot of them will be like this one is Persona 3 soundtrack. I need to make a longer playlist of just kind of like upbeat music, because a lot of my music is not upbeat. It's very chill, very relaxed, sometimes depressing. So I need to make an actual stream playlist with some good upbeat songs, but I might need help from you guys to do that. Alright. Where's the big boy Q at? Oh, they're still in the game. They're still in a game. Dude, how's my ranked history looking? Yeah, I've been losing a lot. Damn. There's so many of the games I haven't been able to do anything. It's kind of... Dude, I need a good winning streak, but it's so RNG, because I just need to have the better team. That's about it. I just need to have the team that wins in the jungle. Because it happens so rarely for me that my jungler dominates. It's really annoying. The funny part is, all of it could be fixed if I jungled myself. But then I would have to learn how to jungle. Then I can only blame myself. Supple improved. But, I don't like jungling. Actually, let me actually make sure that song requests are possible. I believe it is still... Yeah, it should be possible. Let me pull it up here. Yeah, it is available. And for the people that don't know how to do it, let me just check how it is again. So the command is exclamation point SSR, and then you gotta write the artist as well as the title of the song that you want. I don't actually know how I could show people how to do it, because I'm sure some people probably get in here and they don't know how to do it. I myself had to learn yesterday as I was downloading this stuff. Alright, this game looks much better. Thank God. I can actually do a test here for the people that may not know how it works. Let me find a song. After I've banned. So, exclamation point SSR, then I will put something simple. Do I have something simple? Let's put... I already forgot how to do it. Then pull it up again. I'm great at this stuff. Commands. Yeah, exclamation point SSR, artist, and then title. I always want to do title, then artist, but artist, then title. So SSR, Jason Charles Miller. Rules of nature. Let's try this. Yeah, there we go. Now, I believe it said, what the fuck is platinum mix? So sometimes it might not be completely correct, I guess. Sorry, that's my on my end, guys. I guess we'll find out which version that is, because I don't know what the hell platinum mix is supposed to be. Maybe that's just what it... Yeah, I can't tell, whatever. We'll see. Did you start a game as Hebo? Yeah, but we had a DC, so we early surrendered. Pre-level, pre 10 minutes. There we go. I can language. Okay. I'll grab Cerberus, I guess. So we have some kind of initiation slash frontlining. Yeah, don't worry, it wasn't a good game anyway. It was starting to actually kind of work out for the Hebo pick, but it wasn't a good game. Duo lane died 4 times in less than 3 minutes, so... One of the reasons was because he was lagging, and then he tried to fix it, I guess, by disconnecting. Or he just actually DC'd, and then we paused, and he did come back, and we surrendered, so that's about it. I did actually want to play the game out, though. No, I'm not gonna lie. I actually ended up getting a really nice pick on the mid laner. And almost was able to pick up Thanatos, but he got away because he had speed, and I didn't have speed, because they were invading our red buff. It worked out perfectly for us. I would have been so down to play that out. Dude, can I not meet Hugo every fucking game? I didn't ban Thor, but that's fine. So anyway, the song that I requested is now playing, so if there's anyone who wants to request songs, you just do the same thing as I did in chat. And it will be put in queue to be the next up. So feel free to do that. It's why I got the whole system after all. But I know I don't have that many people watching, obviously, so I don't expect there to be a million songs in the queue. But if you want to listen to a song, just throw it on there. It doesn't matter how I feel about it. Just as long as it's not inappropriate, all right? We don't want inappropriate stuff, and I don't want to be banned. Even though you can't hear it in the VOD anyway. Okay. Is this a... No, I don't want to do it. I do want Blink. Dude, Hercules is actually kind of a bad matchup for me. Why did I pick... Why did I pick this? Actually, that might be a Hercules support. I'd rather deal with Hercules than Cabrakan, to be honest. Mostly because Cabrakan is just annoying. Hercules can actually be killed in the early game. What? Everyone's not allowed? What does that even mean? It's just you, Jack. You're not allowed. Why can't you do that? What the fuck, man? The hell? Let me pull it up again. Settings. What? Dude, what the fuck, man? I have to look at that after the game, I guess? What the fuck? Dude, this happened last time as well, when I did something for people to do with clips, and then people weren't allowed to make clips. I looked at all the settings, there wasn't anything like that. Alright, I'm fixing it next time. Or after the queue. Game. Today's really shaping up to not be my day. When I should do this every day, huh? God, why do you shit in my dinner? Okay, this Hercules. Good.
Be careful, middle. I'll attack right lane. Get it, too easy. Cancel that. I'm out. Okay. What? You're blind, umpire! Enemies in the left jungle.
Body!
I'll attack. Enemy spotted.
Oh, trees!
Get out of my kick! Your middle tower. Wow, he must have choked on the meatball.
We have a jungler, boys. Look at that. Beautiful. The 10 squats punishment is too cheap. If it's too bad on my legs, I will swap to on like biceps curls, as I do have a weight.
Maybe a little bit. My teeth has been tenderized.
It'll be alright. I trust people to not abuse. Dude, I'm stupid. I'm waiting. Then I can look into this real fast as well.
Your left tower.
It's weird, because I'm looking at what you guys are allowed to do with the song stuff.
Cherish this.
And you should be allowed to. Let's see. That's so weird. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. Damn it, man. Hopefully I get into a long queue next time, and I'll look into it. I can Google it real fast. Hopefully I can find something out.
Enemy has been slain.
Maybe one of you guys could figure it out as well. Like, why does it say that in the chat? I'm using Songify.
You can adjust the better than one.
Get him, Chewie! Oh, trees! Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Trusting people. It's crazy, right?
Joker on the meatball.
Get him, Chewie! You're fly, umpire!
Compliment.
I'm out.
Be right back.
Your right tower is under attack.
Gank. An ally has been slain. Or does that be fresh
You're
and juicy?
fly, umpire!
Nice job.
He's got TP, so I don't think I can have time to do the cooldown buff here. Just in case.
Will this make me look like a handsome pupper?
It literally says all, like, you guys are allowed to request songs. It's turned on, everything like that. I don't have time to really look through stuff at the moment. Before I get back to lane.
Enemy missing. Be careful, right?
I'm out. You're blind, umpire!
Careful, right? Enemies incoming. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Fighting is bad. That's not what best friends do. I'm a good watchdog. I'm a good boy.
See if this spawns on time. Probably doesn't.
Be right back. Out of mana. Wow! He must have Joker on the meatball. Mamma mia!
It doesn't. It's so out of sync.
Get him, Chewie!
Damn, his blue is so out of sync. Dude, when the hell does that spawn? Dude, I don't want that. Look at this.
Enemy has been slain.
I should probably just back. Get breastplate. Don't want to give him everything for free though.
Attack right lane.
Enemies have returned to base. Ward here.
Got it.
I'm going for junk carry.
Yeah, his blue is literally half. Holy shit. Okay. That's nuts, man. He did that half a spawn timer later than mine. He might have been dead at the time though. Maybe that's why. Susano kind of dominating actually.
Your left tower is under attack.
My wish was granted.
Wow! He must have choked on the meatball. Nice job.
Enemy missing right. Enemy missing right. Missing right. Ready. To it. On my way. You. Enemy spotted.
You think that you can adjust them? Lost away like that?
Get him, Tui!
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, enemy missing left.
Follow me. No one is for free. Okay, some, maybe a little. Lane and Anna.
Stay away.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Oh, tree!
Triple kill. Nice. Yes. An ally has been slain.
I have the nose of a bloodhound. Will this
That was a
make
great
me look
TP.
Like a handsome
Who would have thunk? They just all lined up for me there. How nice. Dude, honestly, I couldn't even tell that wasn't on her skin. What the hell was that skin? I thought it was Huyi. But Huyi's on my team, so... couldn't have been him. He was there too, though.
Your right tower is under attack.
Get him, Tui!
Attack.
Police showed up.
Enemy spotted.
Yes. Enemy missing. Be careful. Enemy ultimate.
You think you can out-secure this? He could.
Working on the meatball. Bye. Matana. Attack the Stone Fury. Get him, Chewie! Okay, ultimate is down.
What a shot.
Got him, man up. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes, heal me.
Be careful with left leg.
Got him, man up. Mamma mia, not again. Your team is
Damn, my ult just came up. I'll grab Pesty, unless we already have it, we don't.
be careful.
Could have been an alright fight. It's just unfortunate Anubis went all the way in. He's 09. Dude. Almost all that kills is an Anubis. What a surprise. The Anubis support isn't working out. Even more so because he's building full damage.
An enemy has been slain. You think you can adjust the pasta away like that?
Left leg.
Get him, Chewie!
He can't blink, because I'm keeping him in combat with mystical mail.
Mind, umpire! I'm out of here. Get him, Chewie!
split push supper is doing work.
I'm a good watchdog. I'm a good boy.
Be careful left.
Oh no. I jumped in for the kill. Susano ulted him. Damn it. Anubis doesn't have ults. Good job. He's got blink for sure. Never mind. Something maybe kept him in combat.
Towers under attack.
Also, hi Seagull. Only slightly delayed on that one, but hi.
On my way.
Wow, you must have choking on the meatball.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Attack fire giant. Group
Attack
up.
the fire
Thanks.
giant.
Yes.
We can do fire as well. Gold Wish is just a bit more free.
Your right tower is under attack.
At least my legacy will live on. Enemy spotted.
Fire giant. Enemy spotted. Enemy tower. Attack right lane.
Attack!
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Attack! Oh, enemy in left lane.
Dude, if we just listened, we possibly could have gotten Phoenix here. So, it's fine. We got both towers.
Will this make me look
Gold is definitely a safer call. Phoenix is only if they stop chasing, which it seems like they did. Hey, good to see you, Akami. Yeah, they've been not great. This one's fun. Because the last games I've been in haven't really had much of a jungler, and one of the games I was the jungler, which only made it worse. That was an early surrender though, unfortunately. So, all right, it was over pretty quick. We had a DC that game, and first game was tragic. I won my lane as a Lance, but team fighting was real tragic from my team. We couldn't do anything.
Enemies incoming left.
I have the nose of a bloodhound.
Enemy spotted. All attack
All right. I played well this game, but we just overall had a good team in this one. We had the Anubis support, which is, you know, questionable always, but Anubis has that insane damage potential late game. So yeah. I always feel nervous when you jungle. Yeah, me too, but that's just because I don't know how to jungle. I'm just an inexperienced jungler. Let me see if I can get the song request stuff to work. I only have 1 minute to figure it out. uh, bu- 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 bum. Dude, I don't know why. Do you like Conduit, Jim? I always feel it's a bit bad when you have it for some reason. No, Conduit is the best to go on Guardians. By a big margin, I think, in solo. On Guardian specifically. In some cases you can do Sigil, but never anything else. Conduit is by far the best. What is the quote again? Emerald's not allowed to request songs. What does that even mean? Maybe I have to use channel points. If that's the case, I'll just put it super low, but...
your god.
Yeah, I apologize, guys. I don't know why. And it doesn't seem like Google really tells me anything. So it must be some obvious problem I'm just not seeing. Hmm. Yeah, I do apologize. There's obviously something I can't figure out outside of, because it works for me. Like if I put in a song request, it works. So that means I'm allowed. So the system does work. But why you guys aren't allowed, I can't tell anywhere why that's the case. You should be. You should be allowed. Prompt, prompt. What if I do this? Prompt. God damn it, dang alarm. Okay. Can someone do a quick test for me? Because I added a new channel thing. Like, I would guess you would have to... Actually, no, it does show up. What happens if I press it? No, it just says something. Never mind. Don't test that. That doesn't work how I wanted it to. Alright, I might have to wait to make it work until next stream then. Because I don't... Either that or I take a little break from queuing, because I need to actually take a look at it. And not focus on the game. Or I need, like, advice from someone who knows how it works. I don't know if Seagull is still around, but Seagull could maybe knows how it works. Assuming they use the same system.
Hey. Don't stop firing your weapons.
I also forgot the punishment as well. I have to do what? I believe 2 people did it, so 20. I gotta do 20 squats.
missing middle. Be careful left. Enemy spotted. Enemies incoming left. Okay. Energy field deployed. Got it better to hit. Get out of my game.
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Dude, I suck ass.
On my way.
Energy field deployed. Enemy spotted.
I actually suck. I should have had him. Fake ADC.
Or don't. Your choice. Out of mana. Energy field deployed. Enemy missing middle. Be careful.
On my
left.
way. Attack the minions.
Attack! Attack!
Stay in or don't. You handle this. More power, more problems.
I need to remember that my 2 is an instant cast now, because I popped it way too early, more than once. In my little exchanges there.
Completed.
Energy field deployed. Chris.
On my way.
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Energy field deployed. Do you see pockets on this thing? Enemy missing middle.
Why is he so far ahead in XP? It can't be just the assist, right? He must have gotten something.
Wait. Enemy spotted.
He also knows how to play mid, so there's also that. Blocks is quite good.
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Hi.
Energy field deployed.
Enemies have returned to base. Enemies spotted.
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Ultimate is ready. Right there.
Deploy. Can you handle this?
Enemy spotted.
Behind us.
Mamma mia, not again. An
Energy
enemy
field
has been
deployed.
slain. Out of mana.
Dude, Susano does way too much fucking damage.
Compliments to the chef. Okay, so maybe a little.
Holy shit. He actually just practically soloed me. I'm underestimating early game Susano. I don't think he could just kill me in that single combo. Dude, the support is higher level than me. What happened? They have so much XP, the supports right now.
choice.
Tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. Energy field deployed. Let's get this suit juiced up.
Wow! Nice job on the meat behind us.
Enemies incoming right.
Enemy missing!
Stay in or don't. Your choice. Right.
Enemy spotted! Ultimate is down! An ally has been slain. Help!
Energy field deployed.
Fresh and juicy! Enemy ultimate down! Mamma mia, not again! That's too bad.
That's unfortunate.
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Your right tower is under attack.
Energy field deployed. Chris.
Ultimate is down. You have been slain.
Dude. Why is he just standing still? Okay, we need some words, man. How was he behind me? How did he get there so fast, too? They were just in right.
Hi. Hi.
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
You think you can just pass away like that?
Energy field deployed.
That was a torty anchovy.
Damn, Huyi got sold by Chiron.
Stay in. Your choice.
That's too bad. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Energy field deployed.
Left lane. Okay, stop. Maybe a little some Miller some.
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Attack! Hi! Attack! Attack! I see it all! Help! No problem. Enemy spotted!
More power, more problems. Got my eyes on all of you. Energy field deployed. Bird progress.
Enemy ultimate down!
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Compliments to the chef. Yes.
Be careful left.
Your right tower is under attack.
Energy field deployed. Stay in or don't.
Dude, why was the sound be all the way down there? That's so weird. How would he know?
Right. Enemies in middle lane.
Energy field deployed.
Buon appetito. Gank middle lane. Ultimate is ready.
Stay in or don't. Your choice. Can you handle this?
Enemies incoming. Right.
Energy field deployed.
It feels like they're just toying with us.
Gank.
Susano is low-key just destroying us right now.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm slightly ahead of the Merlin at least.
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
An enemy's been slain. You think that you're gonna just pass away like that?
Energy field deployed. Stay in or don't. Your choice. Energy field deployed.
Dude, why aren't you running into the tower, my friend?
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
It's looking pretty rough so far. It's been looking so rough that I low-key kind of forgot I've been streaming. I don't think I've been talking for like minutes.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
Energy field deployed.
Your structure is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Gank left lane.
We need wards.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower.
Let's get this suit juiced up.
Enemies incoming left. Board here. Your middle tower is under attack. Yes.
Energy field deployed.
Aha! You threw the pizza fire his face.
Burn, you friends. Or don't. Your choice.
Enemies incoming left.
Energy field deployed.
Not again.
Stay in or don't.
Just passed away like that.
Of course, it couldn't match my might.
Vengeance is an inevitability for the un.
Energy field deployed. Can you handle this? Orbital scout deployed.
Susano's rotating as well. Where the hell are they warding?
Ultimate is ready.
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Fortunate.
Enemies incoming right. Energy field deployed.
Unfortunate.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is down.
Okay, some maybe a little soft did hurt someone.
Stay in or don't.
Joker on the meatball.
How humiliating.
Energy field deployed.
Attack fire giant.
Stay in or don't. Your choice. You expected more of a fight. Attack!
Enemy spotted. Gank.
Energy field deployed.
Been slain.
Enemy missing. Burn to a crisp. Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Enemy spotted. Now that was out of hand.
Man.
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Enemies have
You
returned.
handle this.
Ally has been slain.
Energy field deployed.
Dude, how is he still dying over there? How many times has he gotten soloed now? We legitimately just need Houyi to stop getting soloed.
Them.
It's going fine everywhere else. It's really not that bad. Like, if I can stay alive in this game against Susano, he can too. Especially as Houyi into Chiron.
Structure is under attack.
On my way.
Gank.
They managed to juke me.
Got my eyes.
That was Aegis. I'm glad I didn't ult, because he did Aegis anyway.
Enemy spotted. Enemy missing.
I'm being really careful because of Susano. He can still catch me so easily. And right now my beats are down.
Energy field deployed.
Okay.
Stay in. Your choice. You handle this. Your choice.
An ally has been slain.
What is he building actually? Oh, he's not building crit. No wonder he's losing then. Hui doesn't have a natural steroid, and he's running an attack speed build on Hui.
Hold the fire giant.
Enemy spotted.
Okay.
Enemies in left lane. On my way.
Enemies have returned to base.
Ward the fire giant.
We definitely cannot all be rotating,
Enemies incoming.
but if he's TPing, that means we should be fine.
Orbital scout deploy.
Yes.
Enemy ultimate. Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy
Can you handle this?
Behind us. Enemies at the Gold Fury. Ultimate
It's a trap.
is down.
Energy field deploy.
Retreat. Enemies behind us.
Destroyed the Gold.
How is he behind us, man? I don't understand.
Double kill.
I can't get out in time, even when it's called he's behind us. I'm fucking raw.
Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I can't die yet. There are me. Help!
Under attack.
Compliments to the chef.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Titans under attack.
Enemy spotted. Have fun.
Energy field deploy.
After I win, I'll just be waiting around for the next round.
Stay in or don't. Your choice. Energy field deploy. You handle this.
Dude, he actually got it? I don't fucking believe it.
Your structure is under attack.
That is crazy.
Stay in or don't. Your choice.
Help right lane. Group up.
We need wards.
Defend the fire giant.
Behind us. Burn to a crisp. Energy field deploy.
I'm getting the fuck out.
Tenderized.
People are chasing stupid kills with no words once again, when we could literally just turn around and look for something instead.
Mamma mia, not again.
Got my eyes on all of you.
Of course.
Just got served.
Of course.
That was a sortie and show.
Defend the titan.
Grazie a Dio. Let's celebrate.
Your titan is under attack.
That's so bad. That's really, really bad. I'm gonna say word diff. If we have words here, especially with Thor and Ra, why would we not have words? It works to our comp so well, having words. Like, do I think it would have won anyway? Probably not. But it's so silly not having words with our comp. Man, it sucked. I just finished the fun build too. I just got Archmage online. Oh, and the fucking sun's out. The day just gets worse. Ugh. Alright. Like, overall, I think this was an alright Raw game, but it was rough. Let me look at this stuff again. I just don't know how the song request stuff is supposed to work. Like, how do I even delete this? The fuck? Delete. Yeah, no, that's not doing what I want. Delete that. Like, it should work. That's what annoys me the most about it. A comment should be allowed. I don't get it. Damn, I don't know what I want to pick here. So many Gardens of Band as well. Oh, okay. Well, now that it was dodged, I guess I should have enough time to try and look into this without any interruptions. See if I can actually get this to work, because I don't understand why it isn't. There we go. Oh, there was a box thing. Anyone can do it, man. What is this? Whatever. Okay. I think it is fixed now, guys. Please, someone try again. I think I found it. It was so hidden away. And it looked like... So essentially it was... Do you want to allow people to... Like, who is allowed? It says this. Okay. Perfect. Thank God it works. It was a checkbox that essentially I had to press a little arrow and then it would pop down, and then I was supposed to allow each and every like type of viewer, so like a viewer or a sub, VIP, all that stuff. So I had to specifically manually press them to actually allow them to do that. That's a little unnecessarily complicated, but oh well, whatever. Fixed. And now I should be able to go to song requests and I mean, I'm supposed to see them, but I think it's glitched because I can't see them, but that's fine. Yeah, queue window. Yeah, I'm not seeing them. Doesn't matter. It should work. Yeah, no, I'll just bite your hair, Benji. I don't know why you aren't, so it's all good. I did I unban? Oh my god. Unban. Sorry, Benji. I accidentally pressed the wrong thing. There you go. Now you're mod. The quickest promotion in history. Well, demotion as well as... my bad. But yeah, as I was saying before I banned you, I kind of just forgot to. I don't mind having more mods so people can take care of this stuff, like bots and stuff while I'm in game. Dude, the games today are not looking hot at all. One win today. I mean, I'm exactly where I began, I guess. Is it because... Wait, why is that? No, I'm not. I'm a game lower. Never mind. Yeah, most of the mods are people I trust at this point. So, people that I played with for a while. Which, I mean, it used to be the case as well. It's just they don't really stick around much anymore. I still see them in other streams here and there. They moved on from me. Which is fine. People can do what they want. My viewership at the moment has also gone down quite a bit since I started streaming earlier. Like, a lot of the people that watched me before... I mean, I had kind of built a few months of a fan base, you know, during 9 to like 1 or 2 a.m. time frame. And now I'm kind of trying to keep it much earlier because it just fits me way better. Which means I'm going to build up a bit of a fan base again. Might be easier once Smite 2 comes out. Hopefully more people will I guess start playing once Smite 2 becomes 24/7. And like I'm not streaming to become famous. I don't want to do that, but having a good amount of viewers at least just to have some kind of interaction through streaming is obviously why I'm doing it. So, but I don't actually think I would enjoy streaming if I became too big. I don't ever think I will though. I don't really think my way of streaming is the big audience, I guess, attractor. But
Pick your god.
yeah, a lot of the guys were offline. That's true. Yeah. Even so, Sapman streams pretty early for his time, I guess. It's like a morning streamer. I think I just got baby gamed actually. I don't want to play him again. Get him out. Yeah, is Nika still playing? Oh yeah, they're still in the game as well. It doesn't really matter that they are, because I will absolutely at the moment get baby gamed. My losing streak lately has just put me too far down. I need to figure out what I want to... Dude, stop dodging! Game was dodged again. Yeah, Sablas Incon always stream early. That's the thing. A lot of it is simply just... I mean, building a fan base. You can use it... The people watching me right now, even just the lurkers. Like, some people are friends who's kind of just supporting me. Others are people who, you know, actually enjoy watching the stream more than, I guess, any other stream, which I heavily appreciate. And like that's the type of viewer you need. It's the loyal viewer that will just watch you do anything. And I haven't streamed enough for that to be the case for more than maybe a select few. So every single one of those names, like Sap, Lass, Incon, Nika, even, like, all of these guys have been streaming for years upon years. They've had so much time to build up a fan base and people who will stick around for them, pretty much no matter what they do. I don't really have that because I stopped, keep taking breaks like an idiot, not really building a fan base that feel like sticking around for that stuff. Yeah, I mean, Sapman Lassus kind of recently came back. Like, he would have been much bigger if he stuck with Smite, but I mean, Lassus kind of comes in and out with Smite as well, at least from what I've noticed. Sapman has pretty much only played Smite all the way through, which is why he is the biggest streamer in Smite. He's kind of the only one who stuck pretty much from the very beginning with streaming. Incon as well. That's also Incon. Yeah, see, Ducky went and started up Sekiro again. I have to check this out real fast. I know he said he wanted to finish it before the Wukong game comes out. I need to see where he is in the game. Yeah, Lance kind of became a variety streamer. Oh, Ducky's real early in Sekiro. Okay, so he's barely played it. I see. But yeah, I mean, an example at the moment, I suppose, like Ducky has, 36 people watching him play Sekiro. If I started, like, when I played the Elden Ring DLC, the majority of the time playing the Elden Ring DLC, I had absolute maximum of like 10 viewers, but in general, I had like 1 or 2. So, and I really do appreciate that people sticking around for that stuff when it's not, the game they're kind of coming for. But it also makes me, at least for now, like, I don't want to stream. Like, it's probably gonna happen again. Yeah, Black Myth Wukong is in 10 hours. Dude, you're right. Actually, I didn't even think about that. It's already tomorrow. I'm gonna go to bed early. I'm not gonna play it like at 2 a.m. 3 a.m. or whatever. I'm gonna play it earlier tomorrow, as early as I can, probably around the same time as I started today. And hopefully it works as intended. No big technical issues. Hopefully the release state of the game will be good compared to the review copy that people had. Or at least nothing game breaking, I hope. So I have the money for it until next month. That's fair. Just get back and hurt this. Would be there to watch you play Soul stuff, to be honest. When I was to watch it, I would love to be there. You're very cozy to watch. I appreciate it. I really do. And I very much do appreciate the people sticking around for that stuff. There was a few people, like Black Knight, for example, stuck around. He's been here a few times, super nice guy. He stuck around for some of the Elden Ring stuff. And I have, like, the thing is, if you're interested in that stuff, it's still on my YouTube channel. I uploaded all my VODs to YouTube in parts as well. So if you're interested, exclamation point YouTube, shameless plug. It's also in the title. So people can watch that still. I streamed the whole Elden Ring DLC. Yeah, I'll do the same thing with the Wukong game, assuming it's actually good and worth playing. Because it might be a long game, from what I've seen some people say. I'm getting tired of dealing with Susano. I kind of want to ban Susano. Uh-oh.
Pick your god.
Cthulhu was let through. Do I have Cthulhu at rank 10? I don't, do I? I do. Ooh. Give me the legendary Cthulhu then. It's actually kind of ugly now that I'm seeing it. Why is he all blue? I don't like that. I'm going back to this one. No, I'm going up. Dude, let me swap back. Oh my god, Smite! I'm stuck as legendary Cthulhu forever now. Unbelievable. I guess I'll be blue then. Cue the song. Yeah, I'll be able to watch for a bit. I can cry for the spoils. Yeah, it's fine. If people don't want to get spoiled, I don't think it should be here. I believe in the first experience of a game is very pure, and they should experience it themselves. I'm gonna grab some water fast. I just realized I ran out.
The world, it's mine for the taking!
Is it just... whatever. I'm actually curious. I'm gonna hover this. Is it just visually glitched? Or is it actually just stuck as diamond? I can't tell. Because you still hear it being picked.
Descending from the sky.
Chalk, huh? I might rush breastplate here. No. Never mind. I'm not gonna do that, because I'm gonna run TP instead. Cthulhu doesn't feel like much of a Thorns god once you go into late game stages. Dude, the skin is so bright. I don't actually like this diamond skin. This man is blue. Real blue, like the ocean. Even in the shadow, this man is so blue. Dude, this song just makes me sad. Why are we here? I'm letting it play because it's good, but it just makes me sad. The damn context of this song. There, I'm gonna need some wins here. I really need 2 wins. If I get 2 wins in a row, I will end this stream right then and there. Because I need to make food soon anyway. But this is also assuming these games are not going to be super long, because don't want to sit here for too many hours. Hungry. Badly aimed. I should have hit at least the first one. Rip poke. Wasted. Oof. I took the risk. Yo, could you kill the big minion? Thank you.
What is it you truly desire? There are infinite ways that outcome could have been different.
Look at all that bullying. Well, he almost got me, so. Very, very good for me, though. He lost the trade with Thorns. I'm in a good spot. Tsukuyomi is there to pick up. This is blue for him. That was 100% bullying. You're kind of right, yeah. To be fair, I kind of asked for the bullying. He ran up to the wave at level 3. Don't you think he kind of asked for it, though? He literally went up to him and asked me to punch him in the face. And I did. I'm backing here. He's gonna get everything, but Tsukuyomi is around, and I'm not just gonna wait for him to leave, so... I'll force him to leave by backing.
Incoming.
Sounds like victim blaming. I don't think I'm winning this no matter what, huh?
Enemy missing left.
Seems like one of those lost arguments.
An enemy has been slain.
Aw, man.
Compliment to the dead. Stand up. Your left tower is under attack.
I didn't actually think he was still around. He just waited like a little bitch. I'm waiting. Time to work for the Tsukuyomi because he's going babysit mode now.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Be careful. Enemy missing.
Enemy spotted.
Ultimate is down. Attack. An enemy has been slain. On my way.
Enemy spotted.
I can get that. I need to get my blue. I shouldn't have picked it up. I forgot to swap Tiki. I'll just do that now.
Return to base.
That's silly of me. It literally gives me more damage
Your right
by having more HP.
attack. Wow, he must have choking on the meatball.
You're very willing to stand in that, my friend. Like, he actually is baiting me to think Tsukuyomi is around or coming or something. He's so aggressive. He's not gonna win any of these trades early.
Enemy missing. Enemy spotted.
Completed. Ultimate is down.
Damn, we're not getting her? Why didn't they turn on the Medusa there?
Okay.
Alright. Breastplate, done. I'm ready. Now the big question is... No, they have 2 ADCs. I don't think I want to do Warlock Sash. This is going to crit me to death late game if I do that. What do I want, actually? Maybe I do... I'll probably actually just do Mystical Mail. Don't see why not.
Out of mana.
Dude. Karma Swords, why would you even ult? Why would you ult? Instead of just jumping. If you just ult it, you lose so much damage by going into the ult. You only do that as a last resort.
On my way. On my way.
That's so silly.
Ally has been slain.
A free kill turned into a kill for them. I don't want to be tryhardy, but that was so silly to me. I do not understand why. I don't know, he's on blue, I guess.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
That is too bad. Stop. Maybe a little. An enemy has been slain.
Don't fucking let me get away again, I swear. Thank God, Curse Weaver, thank you. Holy shit. I can feel my... Dude. Good job wiping your fingers on the glasses, idiot. I can feel my tilt rising after today's games. Damn it, man. It's not that bad. Probably didn't know he can jump. Yeah, that's the thing. I know that. It's just I can feel the dark side grabbing my nutsack today. It's tough. Cause I don't normally get pissed at that or annoyed. It's stupid. It's really stupid. I don't blame people for like a lack of skill or anything like that usually. I would never do that. Well, I say I would never, but apparently I would.
Ally has
I should have went blink.
Enemy ultimate down. Two meatballs is better than one. That is too bad.
Destroyed. Your left tower.
Dude, they didn't use anything? Jesus fucking Christ. This is what I mean. They lost this whole fight and it seems like everything is still up, man. How? Only Jing with ult? Oh, okay. Excused. Oh. Dude. My tilt, I haven't been this tilted in such a long time. Why? Go on him, he's alone. Go on him! They got gold. It's fine. No problem. Don't die though. Okay. Yeah, good shit. Good job, team. I am proud of you. I am not tilted. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm actually the angry cat today. Dude, this fucking mystical mail. Fuck off.
Enemy missing. Enemies have returned to base.
Mystical mail just pulled that. I'm so annoyed. I'm sorry, jungler. Damn, Chaga's a level ahead of me now. I don't fucking believe it. I'm just gonna farm. No more actually fighting Chuck. Because it annoys me how easily I've been able to kill him, but his team just follows up every time. Except for the one time I did kill him.
Your right tower is under attack.
I want to rotate more and help out my team, but it seems like every time I try, it's too late. I want to see if I can actually get a good fight in.
Okay, so maybe a little rockier than sound.
I didn't say go. These toys play rough.
What do they actually have in magical? Dude, I shouldn't be building any magic defense.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I did just say I shouldn't be fighting, and then I went all in and Tiamat just fucking left me. Tiamat did not follow into that tower.
Your structure
The way you... exclamation point SSR, and then artist into song name. I don't know if you need like the, I forgot what the thing is called, like the line, but I think you need the line as well.
Nice work.
Gank middle lane.
An enemy has been slain. Ultimate is down. Wow. Compliments to Jet. Just breathe. All you have to do is the attack of your spaghetti.
I don't do the small one though.
Have returned. Ultimate incoming.
Insanity awaits.
Get the heck out.
Spread out.
I don't understand how Kunanos died to that.
Look like a twin.
I think I'm expecting too much from this game, from teammates. Way too much.
Fire giant. I have so many friends that are waiting to play. Watch out. Pick this up already.
I really am. Die with ult up. You died with ult up as Kamazats. You go, Ganesh. I believe in the elephant. Dude, why are we getting jungle diff by Stormy Q? What's happening here?
The abyss.
I would go in, but I'm level 17. That Phoenix is down, but if we can get the kill, it's somewhat worth it. Oh, it's not worth it. But it's better than nothing.
Double kill. That was a salty anchovy.
Enemy ultimate down.
It's not looking good. You cannot hear the music? Can you guys hear the music? Can anyone hear the music? Because if you can't, I'm gonna be annoyed. Because it's been 3 hours. Guys? Music is fine? Okay, well, the Neo is deaf. Okay, no problem then. I can turn it up a little bit if you think it's too quiet though. Oh, We heard good? Okay. Maybe it's just you, Neo. I can't really tell, because I'm obviously hearing a very different volume than you guys, but... Okay. I'm in a good spot to fight now, finally.
Spotted.
Like, to be fair, I don't know why we're even fighting. I just want to get out of this game. One of my big issues with playing Cthulhu is that I feel like I had completely brain-dead allies when I pick it. I feel like our ADC hasn't done anything. I feel like Ganesh pick hasn't done anything. I mean, what the fuck, man? Running the dual audio channel setup? Depends on what you mean by that. I do have separate audio thingies. Problem is Spotify is set up to max, which is why I can't turn it up more without also turning it up for myself. Today is not the winning day. It doesn't matter what I play, so next game I'm just gonna play whatever. Actually, I guess it wasn't the ADC diff, it was the mid... Not even the mid diff either. Never mind. I take everything back what I said. It's probably just the jungle diff. I thought ADC diff was bigger, but it might just be because he wasn't able to really get in. It was Medusa I thought was the ADC. But that's the mid. That's just Medusa diff, I guess. Solo diff? True. And what are other guardians you like to play in solo? Well, what I like and what's good are two different things, but Cthulhu and Cerberus right now I think are the best ones. I think Bakhe is pretty strong. I don't think it's as good as the first two though. Sobek is decent. Kuzenbo he's decent if you can get through to mid and late game. Kumba is very good solo as well. He's got some good pressure. And I mean, you can do a lot of damage and a lot of disruption in team fighting with Kumba as well. He's got a good laning phase. Fafnir is someone you can make work, but it's kind of hard. And I don't know how to do it. I don't really care much for Fafnir. Cabrakan is alright. Honestly, a lot of the Guardians are really good in solo right now. Give us some Sobek fun. I can't care with Sobek though. That's the problem. And I feel like I need a gear shift. I will give you Sobek if I do another Guardian game, but right now I'm gonna play something that does damage. I'm gonna build something that does damage. Oh yeah, Altala, yeah, I am doing that, yeah. That's why I'm actually having. That's how I even have music on, because that's why I didn't have music on before. Is that it's being muted in the VOD, and just to make sure, since you're asking, I hope it's not because you can hear it in the VOD, right? Do I have to go check? Let me go check my own channel here. Because you guys are only hearing my desktop, you're not hearing Spotify, or it's not picking up Spotify on the bots, hopefully. I'm muting for a second. Yeah, I'm not hearing any music, so perfect. Still works as it should. Otherwise, I'm gonna get clapped. I would like to not get clapped by the big copyright monster. How's the music now, Neo? Can you hear it now? Because I turned it up a bit. It can be a bit tough to do like audio testing and stuff because people give such different feedback on it. It's like super background noise. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It also won't be as loud on some other like on other people's streams, like I guess Siegel and Nikas that I've heard recently, or even Duckies. The music is somewhat like prominent in those streams. Like right now, it is kind of on the edge of being too loud for me, but I obviously can't change that. I can't turn it up for you guys only. I would have to download something separate to make that work. And I've already downloaded so many things. I don't want to download any more stuff. I could maybe get used to this, but I think this is too loud for me. And it also seems pretty like it's nearing my volume on OBS, so I don't know how it's why it sounds so low for you. Yeah, because I have to turn this down a bit. It's way too loud for me. I don't know why it would be. Yeah, OBS can be a bit weird about it, but still.
All gods are equal in the eyes of the
I guess my point being, when everyone said it was fine yesterday, it's louder on OBS now than it was yesterday in terms of volume levels. So I'm not sure. Why is Sunshine playing support? What happened? But yeah. Hopefully it's good enough for people. Let me check again, see if I can somehow turn it up a little bit. Actually, no. Wait a second. Maybe I can... my PC is lagging for a second while I'm loading Smite. Okay. Dude, stop lagging. I'm trying to fix my volume. Oh yeah, this won't work. Yeah, because that turns out... Why would it do that? That's so weird. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I can fix it. Slider's all at max.
Big budget gear.
Because the music is pretty much just for you guys. Like, I want it to be... Eventually I'll have to try and see if I can fix it somewhere else, but... Because if it was up to me, I don't really listen to music when I play games. I like just listening to the game sounds, especially in something like Smite. Like, I'm never gonna hear Thanatos or Thor ulting me if I have music in the back. I already make Spotify its own audio, but it's at max. It's already completely separate. Yeah, if you can remove the limiter, I'm not sure how to do that. I looked at it yesterday, but everywhere I googled said that wasn't possible. Maybe it's not a thing anymore? I'm not sure. Also, what the fuck is... They have 3 ADCs. Dude, are you kidding me? I picked Anubis for this? Also, I'm way too late for this. I have to do tower start. Should be alright, just because Anubis clear, but... This is silly. I'll take a look at it after the game then, now. Because I could have just missed it as well, or like been unaware of it. Let's see if I can be cheeky here. Level 3 will be very good for me, honestly, in this lane.
If you can't stand the heat, get out of my kitchen! An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
But then he pulled out the thorns that I should have looked at first. Fuck me, dude.
That was a rough food fight.
I hate today. I hate today. I would not have taken the fight if I saw he had thorns. I would have been just fine without it.
Enemies in the right jungle.
I was still taking a lot of damage because I obviously couldn't fight back anymore, but thorns just kills me straight up.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I also keep forgetting the squats. I might need some reminders for those at this point. I still have 20 squats to do from earlier.
Two meatballs. Nice better than one.
At least I still don't think this matchup is complete shit, because he needs to get close. And that's kind of what you want people to do when you're playing Anubis. He also has a slow charge up ultimate, meaning I may be able to get a kill on him before his ult even goes off. Who's their jungler? Shibulonke, okay. I also have no idea who Ice Valley is, so I don't really know what to expect.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
Operation. Enemy missing.
An enemy has been
Alright,
slain.
perfect.
Operation.
Chase the enemy.
I'm hesitating on my stun because I don't actually want to fight him yet, but I still want to see how much. Maybe I could try just ult to see how much damage it does. Like right now my team is doing well. I don't want to end up feeding the Searcher for no reason. If it comes down to that. But now I can just sit back and farm. Like luckily he's not zoning me, because he could. I'm not back yet.
A new trusty sidearm.
What is he building? Oh, yes. He's going for the squishy build. He actually went for a bluestone build. Weird. He went heavy. Heavy on the damage. Actually, it's very good for me. Like, legitimately incredibly good for me.
Enemies in the right jungle.
I'll attack right lane. Ultimate is ready.
Enemies behind us.
Be careful. Enemies incoming.
Yeah, you're gonna go on it? Hmm?
Compliments to the chef.
Enemy spotted. Completed.
An enemy has
Looks like my 3 did a pretty decent amount of damage. It might be a kill actually if I land my whole combo then.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing left.
Mamma mia, not again!
Ultimate is down.
Hmm. Interesting that he stuck around for that. I'll take it though. The one was just the test. How much damage does this do? Okay, a rank 2 ability is doing like 30% of his health at the moment. I'm popping it. I'm popping it.
An ally has been slain.
Big budget gear.
Still though, until like the second he finishes a big item in terms of protection, I'm gonna have probably struggle a little bit. I can try and poke, but because of Searcher being Searcher, it's gonna heal. Might not be able to poke.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Enemies in the left jungle. Patrolling every sector.
On my way. I'll defend left lane. Ultimate is down.
Enemy spotted. Your middle tower is up.
That was party and joke.
Your left tower is under attack.
Just once, man. Just fucking once. Just fucking once. I don't put more pressure on Fenrir, but Jesus Christ.
Enemies have returned to base.
Kind of late. Kind of fucking late. But, okay. Found them. That's so unfortunate.
Your right tower is under attack.
Might have to turn off the music so I can actually hear. Maybe music is the problem. I can't hear anything. That's the problem. It's gotta be.
Your left tower.
Yeah, it's a shit day, Ring Wraith, so far. All the games are just nonsense. I'm incredibly tilted. I don't think I've been this tilted ever on stream. It's just all the small things lining up in the worst way possible. It's so annoying. Why do you think I'm playing Anubis? Because nothing works. I got Cthulhu, man. I got the try-hardest of try-hard picks. Alright, that's fine, actually. I can get my blue for this. And still, my team just wasn't doing anything. And my problem with it, I need to control myself a bit. Because I can feel myself taking it out a little bit more than I need to on people. I don't think I'm being unreasonable. But I do think I'm pointing things out that I wouldn't normally point out. When I'm just, you know, at my usual mood. But there was also some very silly mistakes being made by my team today.
Don't do the crime. You can't do the time. Enemy missing left.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
So yeah. I don't think it's outrageous. But yeah. I still hate being that way. I don't want to be that guy who's like, why are you doing this thing? Why would you do that? I can't believe you did this. Come help me. Because I hate that. But I'm at a low point today. I hope you guys will excuse it. I'm still, as mentioned, I'm still being reasonable. So I don't think I'm acting completely out of left field. But. He TP'd.
Pasta. Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Two meatballs is better than one.
On my way. Attack left way.
On my way.
Ally has been slain.
Don't do the crime.
He TP'd over. I can't really follow that.
A new trusty sidearm.
Alright, Blink will make this a bit easier for me.
Your right tower is under attack.
again.
Your middle tower
I can't believe they have 3 ADCs.
right again.
Okay, soft. Maybe a little salt did hurt some.
Does decent damage, but not enough for me to want to trade, really. He's so tanky, damn. I should have waited, because now I have actual pen.
Enemy missing middle.
Still pretty sane, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. I just feel like when a day like this... Ooh, he caught the dash. If a day like this happens, I need to just stop playing. So I think after this, unless we somehow... Like, oh, maybe winning a game will actually cure my sanity right now, or my insanity. But
Be careful left.
as it stands right now, I think I should stop playing after this game.
Enemies in the left jungle.
I'm just a bit tilted, and I'm still... Probably because I'm still tired after yesterday. I'm still pretty exhausted,
Be right back.
which tends to make me a bit more prone to annoyance.
Save yourself. Sorry.
But what is he doing?
Enemies in middle lane.
Patrolling every path. Enemy missing left.
This song is like strangely fitting to my current situation.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
You think you're gonna just pass away like that?
Yeah, I don't do enough damage. Man, he actually laps? That's crazy. I wouldn't laugh if I died once to it. What should I build next?
Enemy has been slain.
I guess I'll just finish this first.
Approaches.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Fall into the shadows.
Actually, I might just go to do more rejuvenating your heart. What the fuck, man? I don't want to do that.
Your left tower is under attack.
Actually, maybe I should do that.
Be right back.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We don't damage him at all anyway. I need something that damages the tanks. Like, What the hell, man? The tanks are not very susceptible to the Anubis right now.
Keep watch. Enemy spotted. Enemy missing right. Right to J.
Defend. Group attack.
Dude, holy fuck. How much damage did that just do? Dude, Scotty's ult alone did 50% of my HP.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
And there the police comes.
Better than one. Mwah! Compliments to the chef. Grazie a Dio. Let's celebrate. Where's the vino?
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Isn't it kind of bad against anti-healing though? Because they have so much anti-healing already. Well, I'm saying so much, but like he has Pestilence. Actually, that's kind of... No, they also have Brawlers. Dude, they have a kind of decent amount of anti-healing. Is that even worth it? Because it doesn't have that good stats. I'll do it. I'll try it out, but I don't actually like it right now. Yeah, I'll grab it. Oh, he actually got it? Good shit, man.
On my way. Controlling every path.
That's too bad.
Mamma mia, not again.
No one followed up. Okay, team. Dude, no one followed up on the searcher? Are you fucking kidding me? Am I dumb here? Am I the idiot? Why would we not go on this stunned searcher? Am I dumb? Alright.
Maybe a little something for someone.
Tough luck, Your left tower is under attack.
Scales favor you.
On my way.
Survive! Survive!
You think you can just pass away like that?
Defend the fire giant.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Your day of your
Of course they all had everything up. Why wouldn't they?
Fall into the shadows.
Dude, considering we have Artemis, Fenrir, and Kumba even, I can't believe how many of the carriers still had beats up in that fight. Yeah, it's not. They don't even have a good comp,
Approaches.
but Like, no disrespect to Reen here, but Reen's early games haven't been great. Which means the hunters that are not supposed to be getting, you know, it was a Shubbalunke jungle against the Fenrir. That man should be dying on cooldown. I'm just saying. But I don't want to be the tryhard idiot that I have been today anymore.
Your structure is under attack.
I'm trying to get some farm and 20 before the actual fight begins. I know now Skadi does not have beats, so I am gonna see if I can actually grab this.
An ally has been slain.
Go home, Calvo.
Touch your spaghetti. Moi, compliments to chef. Recipe has been tenderized.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
They actually surrendered. Okay. I mean, they could probably end. They just kill me at end because I don't have an ult.
Okay.
Dude, why is Dolfactor question marking this? I'm the only one who did impressive 6, so he clearly did. Why surrender? Because my team gave up, I guess. There's also the chance that they could just end. Like, they're right in front of our Titan. And I'm the only defender. I don't think I can defend it without my ult. Dude, but of all picks to meet as well when I pick Anubis, Surtur is kind of annoying. You don't want an early lane bully. So that's unfortunate. You know, at this point, I want to keep trying just to see how long my win streak or my losing streak goes on for. My lane went alright. The only thing I would have liked is that Fenrir was there for blue buffs. Because, especially with Anubis, Surtur is a free pick if we're 2 people. And to be honest, even Shubbalunke. I think our 2v2 as Anubis and Fenrir is much better than Shubbalunke and Surtur. Especially if my ult is up. Yeah, I'm down to 25. It's been rough today. Like, it doesn't matter what I play. The raw game went really well. The raw game was really good. Problem was I didn't have a dual lane or a solo. And Hugo had a rough game. But I don't really blame Hugo for this one. The Cthulhu game. Kind of the same problem. Reen the same jungler. Reen the same jungler is not there for my blue buff spawns. And I'm simply losing blues for no reason. Obviously that's not what lost us the game. I think what lost us this game specifically was a stupid... Like, it was people getting picked for stupid reasons. So, today's just not good. I had the one good Cerberus game, pretty much. My jungle Hebo wasn't that bad, but we had a DC on Bacchus, so we surrendered that one. Squats? Yeah. Squats, and I'll check Discord real fast. Your OBS is a different version. That's not how mine works. No, actually, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong place. Here we go. Dude, it's at 333%. I already turned it up. It's looking real tragic. And I just don't know what to do about it, really. Like, this obviously happened before when I lost 800 MMR. But I wish I could just pick something that I know will always kind of perform. I might have to go back to something like Hercules and just try and dumpster lane completely and see if I can rotate and help out. Jesus. The best way to do it is duo queue with a jungler. And then we just completely shit on solo to the extent that solo doesn't have any way of fighting back. I rotate. I'm a gigantic teamfight monster and we win the game. Oh, I'm in such bad shape. That's pretty much how I think is the best way to do it when you're playing a solo. It's either that or have a mid. Or I just play support. That works great. Carry me then, please. Ugh, Jesus Christ. Like, I like Ragnar, but Ragnar always feeds on my team. It's a curse. We don't synergize, apparently. I'm support now this time though. We'll definitely win for sure.
Your god.
Altalai. I mean, support is jungle without damage. I feel like right now support is a damage dealing situation here, because if you go for a guardian, you generally also build Curse Weaver, meaning you have damage. I think early game support does more damage. Late game the jungler obviously should. So. Don't even need Curse Weaver, yeah, but not having Curse Weaver feels like a mistake in the current meta. I think against actually good players, not having Curse Weaver feels like a mistake. Because it kind of... Curse Weaver nerfs the people who are aware of it. I mean, I think it's fine. Like, every top support I've seen play the game always go Curse Weaver if they're playing a Guardian. But there aren't really that many in EU, I think. At the moment. At least not around me. Dude, what is happening?
Your god.
Nox, Scylla, Anubis. Really? Really? That's great. I'll get some build in anti-healing with Bacchus, I guess. It's gonna be Nox support. Bacchus was a mistake. Ganesh would kind of been really nice here too. Can Clio go through her wall if she's silenced? I assume she can't. At least Ares is something that can solo, even though it's kind of not great. Okay, the Scylla makes sense. So Scylla jungle. I mean, I'm guessing it's gonna be Anubis and solo. Then it makes sense with Nox support. Apollo ADC and obviously Clio jungle. Dude, why do I feel like they're really stacked? Yeah, Yana is support.
Is it showtime yet?
Be careful left.
Nice and roomy at the top.
I think I'm going with... I'm probably gonna go Absolution this game, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm kind of lost on what I should be getting here, to be honest. I'll do this, I'll get that, grab that. Grab an early ward just in case. Yeah, I could start Thebes as well. I guess it's too late now, but... Dude, what do it mean someone has been in... Someone has taken damage before the game? You guys are kind of slacking on the song requests, by the way. Nice. What's that song name? I know Powerwolf, that's a funny name. In all fairness, I could hear the music for a while. That's fair. Yeah, you have song requests now. SSR, artist into song name. And I think you need the line in between. I always forgot. It looks like a minus. I always forgot what the line is called. Well, in English anyway.
Well, that was unfortunate.
You're gonna be behind. Dude, today is a game.
Nice job.
A game. Today is a game, yes. Actually, you know what? I think that sentence fits. Wasn't what I was trying to say, but it fits.
Did I just drop something?
Retreat, middle lane, middle lane, middle lane. You're bleeding. Be careful. Kissing middle. Kissing middle. Enemies in middle lane. Enemies in the left.
Interesting. It's Clio solo, it seems.
Enemies in middle lane. Enemies in the right jungle.
Could probably have gotten a kill, I guess, if I stuck around, but they also might not have been... I assume they wouldn't have been up close to him if I was there too.
Okay. That's too bad. Oh, that sucks. Enemy spotted. Be careful left. Enemy spotted. Follow me. I need the jungle bomb. Enemy spotted. Spotted. Enemy spotted.
He must have broken on the meat.
Okay.
Didn't mean to yoink the kill, but...
No problem. Foul ball. Come on, guys. No problem.
Wine, my love.
Yes. Nice job.
Watch this.
Help. Help.
Thorns hasn't exactly been useful so far.
Help.
Cheers.
Help.
Wine, my love.
Be careful left. Enemies in the left jungle. Enemies in the left jungle.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy spotted.
What can I do for
Cheers.
They have pretty annoying comp to try and go on with as Bacchus, but...
Well, hello.
Enemy spotted.
Cake middle lane.
Out of the attack. Yeah.
Enemy spotted. Enemy
Attack.
ultimate head.
Enemy chase the enemy. You're Lolo. Help left lane. I'll attack middle lane.
Double thorns. Good luck.
Attack. Help. Attack. Attack. Ultimate now.
Tomorrow is another day.
I'm just gonna back at this point, I think.
He must have broken on the meat.
On my way.
Wine, my love. To protect my vocal cords. Cheers.
You still don't have a heal as Bacchus, do you? Oh, you do have a small heal. Can you use Shield or Regrowth on Bacchus now?
Enemies incoming left. Incoming left.
To be a speedy junk man?
So what a salty anchovy. Be careful left. No one eats for free.
Yes.
Yeah, regrowth works? That's so funny. You can be so fast on Bacchus then.
Wine, my love. Oh yes. Background singers.
Well, hello there.
Mamma mia, not again!
Well, everyone just died in, I guess, oh, he died in mid, I guess, while I was trying to flank. That sucks. No more of that, I guess. Actually, what did he die to? Just Scylla? It must have been just Scylla then. Because, Nox was with me.
You think you can just pass away like that?
Wine, my love.
Oh yeah, they got Bull Demon, so all the wards with. Dude, I fucking hate the Bull Demon.
Okay.
I hope they never bring the Bull Demon to Smite 2. Because I think it legitimately ruins any kind of like early warding you want to try and do. It's so silly.
On my way.
Maybe a little something hurt someone.
I'm not even gonna get him. My cooldowns are too fucking long.
Cancel that.
Did I just drop something?
Who's jungle again? Kronos is jungle.
Tower is under attack.
Enemies incoming right. Help right lane.
Yes. Retreat middle lane. Thanks. Be right back.
Attack, fire giant.
Goodbye.
Cheers.
Okay. Enemy spotted. Out of the park.
I'm unnecessarily focused on this game. Because I don't want to lose to their team comp.
Found
Oh yes, background singers.
Have fun. Goodbye. Your right tower is under attack.
Ah!
Enemies in right lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't even know what to build. Maybe I'll do an Abyssal
Nice
Stone.
and roomy at the top.
Goodbye.
An ally has been slain.
Ultimate is down. Follow me.
Please. Help left lane.
Dude, this fucking Nox! Go away! Unfucking believable, man.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Dude, the funniest response to trolling is always, well, I'm gonna troll too.
Okay.
Mamma mia, not again.
Hey.
An enemy has been slain.
Unfortunate. Why did she heal? Dude, she healed so much. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe she didn't take that much damage, but...
Destroyed a left enemy spotted. Help right lane.
Two meatballs. Better than one. You wrong. Compliments to the chef. You think you gonna just pass away like that?
Done.
Cheers.
Bit of a mess. Yeah, I'm support now.
To protect my vocal cords.
We're doing Blink in this game? Probably. Yeah, fuck it. I'm doing Blink. I'm gonna go into an Absolution here. My build's gonna be great, guys. It's gonna be so good, no one's gonna see it coming. And honestly, my old late game, I'll do it just for the CC immunity for my team. Because they have some really, really bad CC that we need to get out of with an Anubis and a Scylla.
Wine, my love.
Okay, so maybe a little salt did hurt someone.
Your left tower is under attack.
But can you see this?
There's a lot of people here. I'm best.
Your right tower is under attack.
Shing would be so proud watching this.
Enemies incoming left.
Have fun. Enemy spotted.
Unfortunate. I'm not leeching enough. Nox is ahead of me by pretty much a full level.
Enemy spotted. Wow. He must have joker on the meatball.
Thanks. On my way.
Yes.
Wait.
But
Thanks.
why is all the
Enemy spotted. Thanks.
wine gone?
Wait. Thanks.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure. Yes. Sure.
You rock.
Enemies in right lane.
On my way.
I won't be there in time.
Ally has been slain.
You got me right.
My assist.
Until I sing.
Got it.
Ah, nice and roomy at the top.
Attack the Gold Fury.
On my way.
Ashes to ashes.
Compliments
Dust
to
to
Shay.
dust.
Whoa. Yeah, buddy.
Superb. I need the jungle buff. Your left tower is under attack. Okay. Your left tower has. I need the jungle buff. Thanks. Not a problem. Enemy spotted. Enemy
I don't believe it.
Enemies have returned to base.
An enemy has been slain.
Alright, you can just end the game, guys. Good job. That's my win today. I think it's time to sleep. I don't like today, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Today is stressful. You just have to. I'll just play support. I won't think about anything. Like I barely even spoke to you guys in this. Dude, they hated the Kronos build. That's kind of funny though. I understand. He has so much health with this build. He just went for the split push Kronos. He better than the damage. Maybe I should just listen to myself and stop here. Yeah, it's a funny build to look at, but when you're against it, I understand why they hate it. Called it 2 games ago? Yeah, I did. I'll probably just play a bit off stream later. But yeah, maybe it's best if I stop. Also, this queue is really weird. It's like half trolls, half people who shouldn't be in the games. Oops. Let me check here. Oh man, the big queue just got into a game, so. No, actually, I'm calling in this that I'll do one last for sure. Trust. Yeah, how could I end now? That when Doom music came on. Ah, we're doing another one. That being said, I will give my dog some food, because he shouldn't be waiting like me. I do think one of the reasons why I'm overthinking stuff is because this is pretty much the end of Smite 1. So my goal was to try and reach, maybe the end of Masters slash beginning of GM. And just end it there, like put my last mark on Smite 1 and then go home. But it's looking pretty grim at the moment. I'm just on a losing streak. Yay, what a great way to go out with a fucking losing streak. It doesn't matter at all. That's the thing. I'm letting it matter. Which I shouldn't. That's the problem. I just need to play for fun. Just not let it go too ham. Playing what I want obviously should be just always the thing, but I can't just go play something like I don't know, all run solo and expect good results. I don't want to do that either. Yeah, in 8 days it doesn't matter at all. And I mean, I'm playing Black Myth Wukong on stream tomorrow, so like I won't even be playing much Smite. I'll still be playing off stream. Since I usually do that, it's just I used to use my ult for that, but the ult doesn't really matter anymore. Like, main issue with solo, I think, is that it becomes kind of hard to carry going into late game team fighting. I think mages and or ADCs, if they team up, which it feels like they do very often when I actually get really big, they just completely like group team me and I'm just dead. So, but I think I am doing the wrong thing of blaming the gods on that, rather than just blaming it on maybe I could play better, maybe my team needs to play better, whatever the case may be. It's well, is this a sign? It was dodged. The thing is, I also don't want it to make it seem like I'm not enjoying myself, because I am enjoying playing Smite, but I can definitely feel I'm slightly more stressed today than usual, but I do want to play. Like, I said this yesterday as well. I think what I need to do is play more Hercules. Hercules used to be one of the gods that I actually performed the best on, because Hercules has a very good early game, as well as a pretty decent late game. So I think I should just do that. Just bring in some Hercules again. Because he doesn't have a bad matchup, and if you, excuse me, if you play it well, he can dumpster anything. I gotta play more Hercules. Bring out the man. It's also the only god someone has target banned against me since I came back. And that's just because like a good Hercules is rough to deal with. I still need to finish Doom Eternal on my end. I'm still playing Doom Eternal, speaking of just, again, reminding of it because of the music here. I haven't finished it, and I think I need to, before I do Wukong. I'm pretty bad at focusing on multiple, like, single-player games at a time. So, I gotta. I'm pretty close to finishing it too, I think. It feels that way, at least. Sorry for yawning as well. With the excruciating weight here. I'll give it, if it gets dodged again, I'll just make a quick rule. If it gets dodged again, I'll just end it here. Otherwise, it's gonna end up taking too long. So I do apologize if that ends up happening again, but eventually I gotta prioritize my health. And grab some food. Someone to duo queue with would be nice though. Like so many people duo queue. And it makes stuff quite a lot easier for them. just so they can at least rely on another person or have some kind of synergy. I used to play with Neo a lot, but I don't know. I think Neo was on a big losing streak or something as well. Yeah, me and Neo. I mean, the thing is, I'm not sure if Neo even plays that much anymore. I think that's also one thing. I think Neo gave up a bit after kind of reaching the lower end of 2K MMR. Or at least he just doesn't play as much. I'm not too sure which one it is, but he still plays, obviously. He's probably in the game right now, unless he's making food, but he was in the game earlier, he said. Hugo went solo now? Huh. Okay. Sure.
Pick your god.
I don't want to play Cthulhu, I'm done with him today. I do have 2 picks in mind that I want to pick here. But since I'm last pick, I can actually maybe even counter pick. Jesus, I need to stop yawning. Actually, while I remember, let me check how high the music is on my end, or on the stream. Oh, I feel like that's kind of fine, isn't it? I can see why some people would say it's a bit quiet, but in terms of, like, I feel like I can hear it somewhat easily. You might not be able to hear it when I'm talking, though. I might be loud.
Select your god.
Do not fear. Hercules is here. I am Hercules.
The dog's throwing bones. You can't do that. I have neighbors downstairs. They won't be very happy if you do. It's loud. On a wooden floor. But I can hold it. Thanks now. It's fine now. Before I get drowned in the game sounds and you speaking. I think actually that's a good point. I'm gonna turn off the music in Smite. I think I've done that. I can't believe I actually didn't think of that. Like normally it would be fine just to have some kind of sound in the back. But I need to turn that shit off. No wonder it might be a bit muffled. Because the fucking sounds are blending all together. Damn, I hope against Mulan. I feel like Mulan would be easier to deal with than the whale. The whale might get early pressure, but I'm getting the vibe that it's Bake solo. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it's not as interesting when I'm not holding it. I know. I know. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay. I can't hold it forever, Dago. What am I looking at here? Probably just shifters. Actually, no. I'm gonna do this. I'm against Mulan or Bake. They both have something like this. I'll just do the little cheeky Gaia. Also kind of debating, or debated, whether I should even go Bluestone. Warriors might actually have been better here.
How's about you? Have a jolly time. Good luck to you.
Yeah, because I can hear the Smite music now. Away with you. Quiet. That should be a bit better.
Thanks. Good luck to you.
That's too bad. Minions have spawned.
Going somewhere?
Oh no.
Be careful.
It is the whale.
Out of the fire and into the frying pan.
Mulan support is really scary. Yeah, actually, he went Dancer. Damn, dude, Dancer's not gonna have a good time in duo with a Mulan support.
Mamma mia, not again!
Going somewhere?
Bake wins against Hercules?
Somewhere?
The hell? He also has thorns, so I gotta be careful.
Show me what you got.
Cannot get caught then.
Unfortunate.
Your left tower is under attack.
An ally has been slain. Don't be scared.
Middle tower is under attack.
Looking pretty tragic so far. I hate this health bar bug that still exists.
Coming through. Show me what you got.
I don't fucking believe it.
Ultimate is ready.
For once, I'm not looking too hot. Out of the way.
Yeah, you guys have fun.
An enemy has been slain.
I didn't get the assist, man.
Okay, soft. Maybe a little soft. Don't be scared. Mamma mia, not again.
Retreat.
It's not looking too hot in duo, it seems.
Enemy ultimate down. Ultimate is ready. Take left lane. Enemy missing middle.
Enemy spotted.
Ultimate is ready.
An ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
Going somewhere?
Is under attack. Your middle tower is under
What is happening in duo?
My true companion.
It is crazy what's happening over there. Danza died, and they are still fighting. He came back and got a kill. Things are happening over there.
Mwah! Compliment.
Now it comes to being on before dinner. Yeah, I do tweet out when I am, so in case you can always follow the Twitter. But yeah, I am trying to make this more of a habit because it fits me better, much better.
Coming through. Show me what you got. Tougher than Linehide.
Actually, what's happening here? How is there a 4-level difference in the jungle? You know, I'm not gonna think about it. I'm sure it's fine.
Enemies in left lane.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Can't stay ahead of Neo and channel points, that's true. Gotta be here. Neo hasn't been here much today, I think. He might have a stream open, I guess, but I don't actually know if he's been around. He was there earlier. I'll keep the attack speed, I guess. Does Bake actually like pop my 3 or my Stone Gaia? I don't even know. This is an Attack on Titan track. Where did that come from?
No pain, no gain.
Dude, we're getting destroyed by the 2 fucking tanks.
I have no regrets.
Not
Your right tower is under attack.
Never mind. Yeah, this is tragic. I think I could have jungled better than this. Than what's happening right now. Maybe I can't, because I have no idea who the Nesha is. I don't know what's happening this game either.
Mamma mia, not again.
Shit, I tanked so much, dude! How have we not surrendered yet? Honestly.
Your right tower is under attack.
Why did no one stop me from doing another game? No, actually, honestly, this is what I mean. You literally cannot know if these things are gonna happen. No matter what I would have played in this game, this would have been the result. What the fuck are you supposed to do? I can rise. It's over. You tried, yeah, it's fine. I'm kind of just making fun of it at this point. Yeah, Ring Wraith, I'm not doing anything in solo, man. What the fuck is this? I believe in my team. I'm sure they can do it. The thing is, we don't even have bad players. That's the worst part. The players in this team are not bad.
Coming through. Enemy missing right. Going somewhere?
I'm just against the whale though, so this is just super boring and stalemate. Like I can't do anything against the whale. And he can't really do anything against me either. We're just slapping each other and that's it.
You think you can just pass away like that?
Your structure is under attack.
Out of the
somewhere?
Maybe a little salty in that sun. Heads up!
Maybe I honestly just build full damage from now on. Maybe that's the play. I've got nothing to lose.
Ally has been slain.
Show me what you got. Don't be scared. Going somewhere? Show me what you got.
Mamma mia, not again!
Coming through.
Your right tower is under attack.
Out of the way.
Yes.
On my way.
Enemies incoming left.
I'm on a roll.
Fucking hell, dude.
Strike confirmed. Battle mode. Engage.
Your left tower is under attack. Ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
The overhead here. Spear taken level. Target acquired.
Attack! Attack!
Don't worry about me. Keep fighting.
It's impossible to hold when you're this big.
Attack! Ready? Oh, this is your specialty. Grazie a Dio. Let's celebrate. Where's the vino?
It's fine.
Scared.
All the losses are the friendships we made along the way.
Show me what you got.
You know what? You can actually get this. I'll get this instead.
I'll be seeing you.
I forgot to press anything, but it doesn't matter. Honestly, this game is kind of just a waste of time. I don't think me and Hugo could carry this in a million years. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened here. It's fine. Oh, that's not the song you were looking for? Okay. Yeah, I feel like I've heard the artist before. It's not bad. Alright. Today has been arguably the most tragic day I've ever had in terms of win-loss. I've had loss streaks for sure. But today has been real bad. Do I have a Hugo on my friend list? That's the big question here. Can I just... There we go. Add friend, see you later. I'll play with Hugo a bit off stream. Let's see if I can save this somehow. It's tragic. How much I've lost the last few days. Either way, thank you guys for watching as always. I really appreciate it. And, I'll see you guys tomorrow for Wukong at least. Assuming it's good, maybe I'll just swap back to Smite. We'll see. But tomorrow I will be here to at least try out the Wukong game. So, bye.